Tink, tink, tink. Is this thing still on? Hi. Hi, everybody. Wow, it's been a minute since I've done sprints. I know some of you guys saw me on Thursday doing Battle of the Bookish stuff, but this is the first sprint I've done here in quite a few weeks. It's been a minute, so. All right. Well, Paco, hello, Paco. I'm sure are you at work still? I'm assuming you are since it's only 5 o'clock your time, but hello. Hi, everybody. So yeah, it's been a hot minute since I've done sprints. Tina, hello, hi, everybody. So yeah, some of you guys were, oh my gosh, Thrifty, hi. You guys, it's been a minute. I'm so sorry. It's been such a long time. I've been looking for sprints all day. No problem. I'm excited to be here. Oh, nice. You have the weekend off. Yay. That's good. So yeah, we are more or less going to be back to our regularly scheduled programming here, with the exception of next weekend, because I don't know what's going on next weekend. Next Friday is my birthday, and I don't know whether or not I'm going to be having plans over the course of the weekend. And even if I wasn't, there is a live show that I would like to be a part of for the Brandon Sanderson read-along. So even if I wasn't going to be busy next weekend, I would like to be at that live show, either just in chat or even like if I'm able to go and be in the live show, like to be there. So hi, Saf. Hoping to read Our Wives Under the Sea, but finishing up a queer vampire movie. Fun. What queer vampire movie are you watching? I'd like to know. Reading The Witchling. Nice. Awesome. Today I will be working through Shadows of Self. According to the audiobook, I have a little over 4 hours left of this, but I'm listening to it on 2x speed. So I think I could get it done tonight if we have long enough sprints that would like equate to 2 hours basically, which the first sprint we'll get started with will be at about 10 after, just so that we give people enough time to get here and I can fill you guys in on how things have been. Just because I feel like other than being doing our live show for Battle of the Bookish Thursday, I haven't really like been able to say hi to you guys or really tell you guys much of what's been going on other than in the vlogs I've posted and stuff. So Bit, it's on Tubi. Queer feminist vampires. Nice. Awesome. I want to know, have people watched that show? It's like First Kill or something like that, the one that V.E. Schwab had written. Has anybody watched that? And if you guys have, is it any good? Because I'm kind of interested in it. It looks like it's going to be kind of cool. Reading Surrounded by Idiots in the Woods. Surrounded by Idiots is a very timely phrase right now. Like, it's genuinely how I feel like this holiday is going to be. Rereading Shiver by Maggie Stiefvater, and I'm going to start reading The Pool Boy by Nikki Sloan. I tried reading Shiver a long time ago. I actually unhauled my copy of it. No, that's not true. I read The Raven Boys and I didn't like it, and I've tried other Maggie Stiefvater books and I haven't really liked her writing, but I had Shiver. And so when I realized I wasn't really going to gel with Maggie's writing, I just unhauled like the copy I had of it, because it was like the only physical copy I really had of any of her books, because the rest of them I had borrowed. But yeah, not a fan of her writing, but I hope that you're enjoying it. I mean, I'm assuming that by rereading it, you are, but I hope that it's, as good this time as it was the last time for you. Surrounded by Idiots, title of my life. Yeah. Need to watch. Yeah, I've been wanting to watch it for a while. Okay, it's really good. See, I've heard a lot of people say that it's pretty good, just from the perspective of it being queer and the way that like the whole premise of the story is. Because if those of you that aren't aware of what the premise of it is basically you have this vampire who is being hunted by a vampire hunter, and the vampire falls in love with the girl who like is, I guess, the vampire hunter that's been trying to track her down, and like there's some other thing going on with that. Like, that's as much of the synopsis as I can like really tell you, because it's as much as I know, like from the trailers and everything that's been involved, like that's all I really know. So, but yeah, so I am going to be reading this. I think I could get it done tonight if I'm listening to my audiobook. But I'm also going to be editing this past week's vlog, which will be the end of Battle of the Bookish and Desertathon that I was a part of. So it's like basically the last few days of June. And I'm not really vlogging too much here in July. You guys are going to see a couple of vlogs come out, which is going to be this one and my Wheel of D20 vlog coming out that was from June. But I have a few vlogs in the works coming through where on my birthday I'm going to be vlogging. I did vlog a little bit of that stuff today because I actually went and bought my books that I was going to buy myself for my birthday today, because on my actual birthday I'm not going to be able to because I'm going to be going to go get tattoos that day. But I'll have a vlog for during the day of my birthday, and then I'm also going to be vlogging for Summerween, which will be from the 15th to the 21st. And I think I may even try to vlog during the 24-hour readathon that there's going to happen for the Brandon Sanderson read-along, but that's also during the time Summerween starts, so I don't know if I'm going to do like a separate vlog or not, but we'll see. Better this time than the first time. Read The Raven Boys, liked it, but I didn't continue with the series. I don't know what it was for me. I don't gel well with Maggie's writing. I feel that for some reason it does not... Like, she tries way too hard to get a point across when it could have just been something really more succinct and more concise. And I think she tries to be super flowery, but it just comes off as like way, way too much. And I don't know. I just never have really jived with the writing that she has, but that's okay. Hi, Dottie. Yes, because I think if I remember correctly in the Discord, you say it's kind of a play off of Audrey. Dottie, I think so. Please tell me if I'm wrong. I swear to God, I'm just like not good with names. I apologize. Paranormal Romance is the only YA romance I read because normally the couple gets together really quick and you have a lot of slice of life. Yeah, I do like that in some cases. I do feel like though that like especially with YA paranormal romances or anything to do with like supernatural things, like I'm thinking like Beautiful Creatures, that kind of like time of YA, which keep in mind, Beautiful Creatures is like one of my most favorite series of all time. It does play on that kind of like getting together really quick in some capacity, or at least the very kind of insta-lovey kind of idea where like they're in love with each other like from first sight. And I hated that growing up. But I think appreciate it a little bit more now as an adult, especially for some of these older books. Because like, especially with Beautiful Creatures, it was very much like the romance is only so much of it. Like that is like a small part compared to everything else that is involved in that series. And I loved that series, but I totally understand the paranormal romance. Like it gets you in like a way that like contemporary could never, truthfully. Hi, Dion, welcome. Audrey, okay, that's what I thought. Had to get to page 100 to start enjoying Raven Boys, and I think it was like a 3. Yeah, I think I rated it like a 2, to be honest. And that was when I first read it back in like 2019, I think, something like that. So like, I don't know. I haven't really had any reason to pick up Maggie Stiefvater again, and I don't think I ever will. She's just kind of one of those authors I'm just not interested in. Okay, good. Thank you. Yes, Dion's here. Hi. Based off the French pronunciation. Okay, you just call me Audrey. I don't care either way. It doesn't matter to me as long as you don't care if I mess up your name every now and then, because, it's going to happen. It will probably happen by accident. Shiver has a ton of slice of life. I'm loving her writing, but I understand not liking it. Yeah. Hey, you're enjoying it. That's all that matters, truthfully. Anything I say, like, completely disregard, because, like, if you're enjoying it, right? That's all that matters. Hi, Destiny. Welcome. Going to be working on River of Teeth by Sarah Gailey. Oh, I think I might have heard of that. How are you enjoying it so far? Have you even started it, or are you like just getting into it right now? Currently reading Becoming by Michelle Obama on audio while photoshopping some photos for Etsy shop. Oh, that's so fun. Oh my gosh, like DM me your Etsy shop. I want to check it out. But I love Becoming by Michelle Obama. I listened to that audiobook, I think sometime in 2020 or 2021. I can't quite remember. But I loved that book. I cried so much when she was talking about her relationship with Barack and some of the things that like her family taught her. Like that was a book I genuinely cried at for like a long time. It's so good. First few episodes of First Kill weren't as good as the last few. Okay, so it does take a little bit. That's okay. I'm fine with that. Like I'm fine with a slow build kind of thing, or like, you know, having to get through a few episodes. I feel like that most TV shows I get into, it takes me a little bit to get into them. So I totally am down with that. Oh, okay. Apparently Oscar is a little sassy right now. Love the River of Teeth duology. Not staying long though because I'm working the night shift. Oh, well, I hope that you have a good day at work at least later on when you head out. About a quarter in, historical fiction isn't usually my thing, but I'm enjoying this one so far. Love the writing style. Oh, awesome. Well, I hope you continue liking it since we'll be doing sprints today, which we'll get started with here in just a second. Let me just get through this last comment from Dion. I'm going to be reading Bring Me Their Hearts by Sarah Wolf, but I'm also looking for a bulletin board on Etsy. Fun. Baba, want to say hi to all the peoples? Say hello. It's Oscar. Hi, Booba. Hold on. Come here. Hi. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Booby. Hi. Hi, Baba. He is very, very mad that Mom is in here without him, to some extent. Or at least that I'm not with him and Dad, because he likes it when we're together. But there we go. Okay. Okay, guys, so we'll get started here with running down the whole thing. Same as my name, Dottie Artisserie, and yes, I'm really enjoying it so far. I'm at the part where she's talking about the relationship in the beginning. Ooh, it's a good section. I love it. Makes me tear up just because it's so stinking sweet to hear what she says about him. All right, so real quick, just so that I can make sure everybody who is new here that might be lurking, joining in, whatever the case may be. If you do not know how I do sprints here, I do basically D12 sprints where essentially I roll a D12. Each number gets multiplied by 5 for our total. So if I rolled a 2, we would have a 10-minute sprint, as 2 times 5 is 10. If we roll anything that is like a 1, we have to then roll again, and whatever number we come up with is either going to be doubled or halved. If we roll a number between 2 and 6, we will double. And if we roll a number between 7 and 12, we will halve. And we'll go kind of like if we land on 35, we'll say it's going to be like 20 minutes. We'll say that, you know, like we'll kind of have it the best we can at least. So that is how we do things. And we do about 10-minute breaks between. And we don't do any 5-minute sprints. That's why with the ones, we will do another roll and either double or halve. And we don't ever start off with more than 30 minutes for our first sprint, which we're going to get into here right now. So first sprint, we'll roll for. Hi, Leslie. Hoping to finish reading Station 11. Ooh, that is one I've been needing to read. Everything Emily St. John Mandel, I think that's her name. Emily St. John Mandel, I think that's her name is. I have heard nothing but good things about her work, and I would really like to get into them because they sound like they'll be a good time. But we're going to go ahead and do our first roll here to start us off. So again, we're basically doing no more than 30 minutes for our first sprint, and I'm going to be actually working on my vlog for the first sprint, just kind of getting some of the dead air taken care of. So we'll see what we end up with. Okay, that's a 9. That's too much. 10, that's too much. 7, still too much. Another 10, no. Ah! Runaway die. But it's okay because it landed on a 12, which we can't do anyway. So let's keep it in the tray, Gabrielle. Another 9. Another 12. Gosh, what's with the high ones today? Another 12. Another 10. There we go. 5 million rolls later, landed on a 2. So we're going to do a short 10-minute sprint for the first round. Some of my short round people will really enjoy that. But yeah, so we'll do 10 minutes and we'll get started. What? Everything's falling. I'm sorry. I'm a little chaotic today. Holy hell. All right, so let's go ahead and get our timer up. So we're going to do a 10-minute sprint for everybody. I just grabbed a bunch of random ones that are like fairly new in terms of timers. So we're going to go to about the 25-minute mark, and then we'll take a 10-minute break. Adri! Hi, honey. Hi. You're just in time. We're going to get started with the first sprint of the night. So 10 minutes of reading, everybody. Good luck with your reading. Have fun, and I will see you all in a little bit. Okay, guys, that was 10 minutes of reading. Hope you guys did well. I got through most of the chapter I needed to and did what I wanted to of editing and started coming up with a to-do list for tomorrow. But yeah, I have like maybe 1 page left. Something like that. I don't know. I wasn't exactly keeping track, but that's all I did. So yeah, how did you guys do with that first sprint? I know it was quite a short one, but it is what it is. Read the kiddos' bedtime story and got back to Photoshop. Nice. Yay, kiddos in bed. That's always nice, I'm sure. I don't have kids, so I don't know what that is. The only child I have is Oscar, and he can be a little goofy when it comes to bed sometimes, because sometimes he thinks it's still playtime. Read a few pages. Book is going to be rough. Oof. Oh, yeah. Bring Me Their Hearts. Is it another like indie romance, like paranormal romance kind of thing? Is that kind of what it is? It's what it sounded like. 1% of the Pool Boy. Nice. Got a fire started so I could read by it, but didn't get anything read. That's fine. Got your cozy vibe started. That's all important too. Finished making myself dinner and took a photo for the readathon participating in, so now I can actually start my next book. Are you by chance participating in Questathon? Because I'm not secretly, but not secretly necessarily participating in it. I don't know if I'm gonna like be vlogging it at all, truthfully, but I am gonna try to do like the crisis announcement. I gotta figure out how exactly I want to set mine up, but thankfully she's giving us until the 9th, so I got some time to get a photo figured out for that. 10 minutes in the movie. Nice. Got through 1% of Surrounded by Idiots. Fun. 3 pages, and your brother bothered me. Silly brothers. They don't know. They don't understand. Team Mortals. Okay, I'm on Team Wizards, but I'm sure you probably could have guessed that, because if y'all don't know, Wizards are like the class I always really want to play. If I could ever actually play with people, that is the class I would go with, because I don't know why. It's just that, or sorcerers are like the ones I always want to be, but the race I always pick for any character build is an elf, but I couldn't do that with this, so I went with a wizard. Oh yeah, he's intense these days, but he's going to his grandma for a week on Tuesday by himself. Oh my gosh. Join him on the 11th, but it'll give us a bit of alone time. That's nice. That'll be really nice. Participating in the pop culture readathon. Yes, I did see that you posted that on my in the comments of my TBR video, I think. Yeah. So what's that one entail? Is it like a whole readathon that's just got a bunch of different props inspired by pop culture references? And is it like modern? Is it back from like, 80s, or like what's going on with that? I've never heard of it. Very YA fantasy novel, but in an unofficial book club with my friends. Clearly not my choice. Ugh. Hope it gets better. I hope it does. Hi, Max. You know me too well. Yeah, Destiny, I know you're on Team Wizard. It's exciting. And Oscar says hi, bye, because he's going to float in between rooms. All right, so, yeah, so we just spent about 3 minutes or so. So we'll start up again around the 35-minute mark. Do our next, I was going to say spin. We're not spinning a wheel. We're rolling dice. That's what we're doing. So yeah, how have you guys been? I know it's been a hot minute. Thank you to those of you that came out and hung out with us for the Battle of the Bookish live show. Y'all just made it so much more fun being involved, so I really appreciate that. Yeah, other than that, things have been kind of just trying to get day by day, truthfully. It's been, the last few weeks were a little rough for us, but things are getting better. We're starting to get kind of back into a groove, and now with the holiday coming up, it's a weird, bittersweet thing for my family in particular. My mom actually, I don't know if we're going to be wearing them on the 4th or not, but she has made t-shirts for herself, my sister, me, and my dad where basically they say like stars and stripes and reproductive rights. So my family is very much on the same page as me, thankfully, with all of that. So I don't know, again, if we're going to wear them on the 4th in solidarity or what, but things have not been 100% great, but, you know, I'm trying to get through it day by day at this point, which is all I can do. And if I can have my own focus of control of things, that is what I care about. It sucks I can't control everything, but we're going to do what we can. Each round has a theme. This time it's decoms. There's a bunch of prompts. Ooh, fun. Fun. That sounds like awesome time. I'll have to check that one out. I think if I keep a good pace with it, it should be fine. Yeah. And even if it isn't, just get rid of it. DNF it. I'm telling you too if you don't like it after a certain point. Usually if I get to like a book and I'm not enjoying it for any real big reason by like the 3rd, no, not even that. Like if I don't like it within like the first 10%, I will DNF it. That is typically what it is. The one exception will be when I was reading The Alloy of Law, which is the first book in this series, and I'm reading. This is book 2 right here. It's Mistborn Era 2. The only reason I continued with Alloy of Law was that I was still genuinely interested in what was going on, so I did still want to continue it. It was just so boring. It was really, really boring, honestly. And so, like, I was forcing myself through it, but I was still intrigued enough to know what was happening. And by the end of it, like, I was just feeling like I had wasted my time. This one, though, is actually faring a lot better. I almost wish that Alloy of Law didn't exist, and only this one started off the series, because this one is way better. Like, this is more in the 4-star realm. Like, it's actually pretty decent. I like it a lot. Just taking a day at a time. That's all we can do, guys. That is all we can do. I think the last one was Buffy themed. Oh, see, I've not watched Buffy. Well, maybe 1 or 2 episodes, like just randomly. Like I came in on somebody watching them. But my sister's been watching it and she really likes it. But we also, when I was a kid, we used to watch the spin-off series that had come out after Buffy was done called Angel, which focused on one of the characters in the show, Angel. So that was like a family favorite. And so my sister decided to undertake this project of watching all of Buffy and then going and watching all of Angel again, because like there's so many good episodes from Angel that are very memorable, but she wanted to know how exactly Angel played into the Buffyverse. 4th of July soon. I always forget it's close to Canada Day. Yeah, Canada Day, for those of you that don't know, was yesterday. And we had the 4th for our Independence Day in the States on Monday. So, yeah, the Buffy theme seems really fun. Never forget the 4th, because this is mine and George's childhood best friends, and they have their birthdays on the 4th. Yeah, Robert's sister actually was also born on the 4th. So, like, I always remember it, though, like, personally, before I found out that his sister was born on the 4th, because this time of the year, we always go to a family member's house for a big party. So, around this time of year, I always just remember it. Oh, and Oscar's playing. Hated Angel, but Buffy was a huge part of my preteen years. I do understand that, like, Angel's not for everybody. And here's what I will say too, is if you've already seen Buffy and you have the vibes of that show down and you go to watch Angel, it is very different. Like, that is what I do know from the very few episodes I've come in on with Buffy. It's just a totally different thing. And Buffy doesn't really ever show up in Angel. Like, it's almost its own universe in a sense. It's just Angel doing his own thing with his team. And one episode in particular I adore. When I'll go into this here real quick before going into the next sprint, is that there's one episode of Buffy. No, there's one episode of Angel I always remember as being one of my favorites, and it's the one, I don't know what season it's in. It gotta have been like maybe season 3. I don't know, but it's an episode where it's like a ripoff of like Sesame Street, right? And the kids basically get sucked into their TVs, and there's like a demonic entity feeding off of the kids. And Angel, he gets turned into one of those puppets. And it's very funny because there's a scene where he goes to his office that he has and Spike's there, and they have an all-out brawl because Angel's pissed that Spike is, I think his name is Spike. I can't remember. Where he's just laughing at Angel the whole time. And it is like one of our favorite episodes just because of that pure scene right there. It's just like the best thing that we've ever seen in our entire lives. So that's like one of the very fond memories I have of watching Angel was that. So, okay, guys, so we're going to go ahead and roll for our next sprint here since now we are at the 35-minute mark. So let's see what we end up getting. Now we're going to go into anything we roll is what we do. We are past the first sprint, so we're going to go ahead and just roll and see what we get. Oh, that one took a second, but it's cocked. So we're going to roll it again. I'm going to try to get it on a flatter surface because it is actually, I'm realizing, a little angled, and we don't want that. Okay, there we go. So we rolled a 7 that time, so we're going to do a 35-minute sprint for this next one. I'm going to finish the chapter I'm on right now, which isn't very much, and then I'm going to transition to fully editing my video, so that way I can get some of that finished up. So, loved Buffy, Sabrina the Teenage Witch, and Boy Meets World when I was a kid. Also love that all that and Kenan and Kel is now on Netflix. Takes me back. See, out of all of those, the only one... Actually, no, I never watched any of those shows really as a kid. I don't know why. Like, I grew up like I was born in the late 90s, grew up in the early 2000s, and my family never really watched those. And the only reason we watched Angel when I was a kid was because we'd go over to my grandparents' house and sometimes we'd watch it. But like it wasn't something that like we would watch all the time. Like, we didn't watch a lot of Nickelodeon until I was probably like, I don't know, like 9 or 10. And even then it was only like SpongeBob and Legend of the Hidden Temple at 7 o'clock in the morning, or like Fairly Odd Parents, you know, that kind of stuff. Like, we never really watched Sabrina or Boy Meets World. Like, those were kind of more sitcom-y based shows, I guess you'd call them, were not really something we watched. And then like I said, Buffy was kind of like the adult one. And the only reason we would watch Angel from time to time is, like I said, because my grandparents would watch it and we would like come in sometimes and watch scenes like without them knowing. But then when we got older, my sister and I would watch Angel like a lot. I was a 90s kid born in the late 80s. Yeah. I'm a 97 baby. I'm actually, my birthday's next week and I turn 25 next Friday. So that's going to be interesting. That's So Raven. Yes, we did watch that. I think if we did watch any channel, the most it was Disney Channel, because of like all the cartoons and stuff. So we did see That's So Raven every now and then. We watched, what else did we watch when we were watching stuff on Disney Channel besides the cartoons? Oh my gosh, I can't even remember all of them now, but like my sister, when we got a little older, became obsessed with Jessie. She also got really into Gravity Falls when that was really big. Oh my gosh, I can't even remember half of the shows that I watched growing up. Man, but That's So Raven, that one was one of the shows I do remember like vividly watching as a child. I didn't understand anything that was going on, but I really liked watching it. And I almost want to watch it again, but I don't even know. Is it still on like Disney Plus or something? Because if it is, I might see if I can watch that with my sister. That's why I grew up as a 90s kid being born in 89. Buffy had a very specific fan base in a specific time. I would agree with that. I think that it definitely hit a very different audience, Buffy did, than Angel. And that's what I was saying earlier, was that I think Angel just had a very different feel to it because that was like, you know, more into the 2000s. It had a whole different kind of feel for it. And it was basically all about Angel, not so much really Buffy. And she might have come in every now and then, but she wasn't the main focus of that show. And that's probably why a lot of people didn't seem to like it. Yeah, That's So Raven was really good. Gravity Falls is really good. I grew to like that. There's a very specific thing that they say in the show that my sister really appreciates. It's something about 11-7. I don't remember. I think it's an anniversary that they talk about. And that specifically has meaning to my sister and I, because my grandfather, who passed away, and I have his signature on my arm, he used to say that all the time. So like that sold it for my sister that was a show she was going to become obsessed with, because it made that reference. It's the little stuff. 98 Baby, so similar. Yep. Okay, it is on Disney Plus. Good. Lizzie McGuire, that was another one. I vaguely remember watching Lizzie when I was a little kid. I was obsessed with Hilary Duff when I was like 6, 7, 8 years old. Still am in some ways to this day, but Hilary Duff was my first celebrity crush, truthfully. Like, I wanted to be her and be with her. Hannah Montana. Yes, we definitely did watch that. Zack and Cody. Yep. Thank you. I can't even remember half of these shows, but like now that you're saying them, I can remember. I wasn't as big of a fan of Hannah Montana as I was of Sweet Life, but I did enjoy watching Hannah Montana when I was a kid. Amanda Show. I never got into that. I got into Drake and Josh when I was little. But I never really got into the Amanda Show. I don't know what it was. I wasn't a big fan of like the little sketch comedy stuff as a kid. And now I would be, because I love stuff like SNL. But like when I was little, like I didn't understand what was going on. Lizzie was such a good one. Yeah, I know. So good. Still in a lot of ways holds up to this day. But then you think about like how old these kids were supposed to be in that show. And a lot of the stuff they did, I'm just like, really? These kids are supposed to be this old and they're doing things like going on a trip to Italy, like, with almost no parental supervision. That's not okay. Also watched a lot of classic Nick cartoons. Yep, that was a lot of what we watched, was the cartoons. Yeah, Amanda Show was interesting, from what I remember. So, okay, I have a weird thing with iCarly and Victorious. I loved them when they first started, but as I got older, both of those shows got on my nerves. I don't know why. I, for some reason, hated those two after so long. I think because it got to a point where like the jokes were no longer funny to me. They just seemed real, like they were really reaching for stuff. So, and that's partially why I decided to not watch the iCarly series that just recently came out. Because it's just, I don't think it's going to hit at all the way it did when I was really young and iCarly first started. Amanda Show is similar to all that. Okay, see, I never really watched all that, so I don't know. Like, I think probably they got a lot of inspiration from shows like SNL to do stuff like the Amanda Show and all that. There was also that one show they did on Disney Channel where it was supposed to be, I don't know, like they had Sunny with a Chance, and then they had a sketch comedy show that they did after so long. Like it had to have been like maybe 5 or 6 years ago. And it was similar in that regard to both of those shows. But it wasn't really that good from my recollection. Oh man, memories. All that was my show. Didn't love iCarly originally, but I've been watching the revival and I'm actually really liking it. I have heard that they have really pandered to more of the adult audience because everybody who would have watched that show when it came out are fully grown adults now, which I appreciate. But I don't know, something about the way that show went after so long, I just couldn't get into it. And I don't know if I'm gonna ever really watch the revival, especially now that they're like going more than one season. I feel like that's just kind of a money grab at this point. That's the show. Yes, that's so random. That was the show that they did. I think it was supposed to be like not tangentially related to Sunny with a Chance, but it felt like it did because it had a lot of the same people in it that were in Sunny with a Chance, which that was another show I was like, really liked it at the beginning, didn't care for it after a couple of episodes. Like it just got worse as it went. Zoe 101, yeah. So that show my sister became very obsessed with after a while. And I will say that there are some episodes I still do like to this day of Zoe 101, but another show where I think that after a while I just got really annoyed with it. Especially like toward the end of the series, like with Logan and Quinn. I was not okay with how that whole thing went between the two of them. That always made me upset for personal reasons, because like I have always hate when the bully gets any kind of good things at the end of things, even though they're just an absolute jerk. Like, I don't think he deserved Quinn. Quinn deserves somebody so much different than Logan. And I'm just, hated it. Never had those channels, only the free ones, but I love the newer cartoons like Steven Universe and Adventure Time. I really like Adventure Time. I remember when that show also first came out, and I haven't watched it in a long time, but I would like to go back and watch that one. And I've not watched Steven Universe, but I'm fairly certain I'm going to like that, because if I like Adventure Time, I think I'm going to like Steven Universe. A lot of my shows were on Discovery Kids, Darcy's Wild Life, and Flight 29 Down were the big ones from that channel, but most people don't know those. I have heard of Darcy's Wild Life. I've never heard of Flight 29 Down, but I also didn't really watch stuff on the Discovery Kids channel. I don't think we ever really did, at least not until maybe I got a little older. We were just flipping through channels and found stuff. The show that the characters worked on in the show, then it became its own thing. Yes, that's what it was. Yes. That was what That's So Random was. I knew it had something to do with the show. Yeah, that one was kind of when I just was like, it's not really that great. It's not really that funny. It's trying too hard to be SNL. Loved Growing Up Creepy from Discovery Kids. Never heard of it. Well, I'm glad you guys know what it is, because heck if I knew. Like, I will say, I think the shows I watched the most when I was a kid was SpongeBob, Fairly Odd Parents, and that might have been it, because like that was all the stuff. Not that like we weren't allowed to watch these other shows. It was just my sister and I, when we were really, really little, stuck to certain shows, and then she would branch off and watch other stuff. And I kind of just stuck with SpongeBob and Fairly Odd Parents, because those grew to be my comfort shows for a while. So, okay. But chit-chatting aside, let's go ahead and get started with our next sprint. Kim Possible, I really did like, but I stopped watching it for some odd reason, and I just never got back to it. I don't know why, but that was also a really good show. I know Adri, that's one of her favorites, because she even has a ringtone that is Kim Possible related. So, about a girl who basically adopted and raised by bugs. Ugh. No thanks. I don't like bugs by themselves. No, thank you. Yuck. All right, we're going to do 35 minutes of reading, folks. Hope you guys have a good sprint. We'll chat more when we're done, but 35 minutes of reading. Let's go. And, ooh, what'd you bring me? Thank you. Hey, Baba. My husband brought me something. Is this the sorbet you made? Oh, thanks. Thank you, honey. Hey, Baba. No, you can't have my sorbet. No, you can't have it. It's not for you. Go get Dad. He'll give you something. One moment, please. I'm so excited. He was talking about earlier today wanting to make a sorbet, and he did. And he brought me one because he's a good husband. All right, so I basically got through 19 minutes just over of fully edited footage, which is awesome. So I didn't do any reading that time, but that's fine. That's what I was doing. Kim Possible is my Discord sound. Danny Phantom. Oh my gosh, I really did like Danny Phantom a lot when I was a kid. I really, really, really loved it. Love Fairly Odd Parents. We've seen the live action with MK Wiles as Vicky. I don't think I have, but my Brendan Fraser fans, my Mummy fans, did y'all know that the character Turbo Thunder from Fairly Odd Parents was voiced by Mr. Brendan Fraser? Because I did. I was so jazzed when I had watched those episodes and found out he was the voice, because that's my man. That's my boy. I love him. It's great. Hi, welcome. Thank you for joining us today. Finished the movie, really enjoyed it, and read a few pages of the book. Nice. I'm glad you enjoyed your movie. Got to the 6-hour mark of Becoming. Made some good progress with product photos. Yay! I will for sure check out your Etsy. And when I get paid again, you might have an order or two for me, depending on what I find that I like. Didn't read Organizing Your Shelves. Hey, you organize those shelves. You do what you got to do. 45% mark. Nice. 3% into Surrounded by Idiots and 1% into The Woods. Nice. You're leaving to go shower. Ready for your night shift. Okay. Hope you have a good day at work. Thank you for coming and joining. Thanks for the sprints. Oh, you're welcome. You too. You have a good day at work today. Don't you tell me not to. I will do it if I find something that if I don't want it. I'm sure I will, because I'm very easy. I'm a very easy sell on a lot of stuff. So, plus I like helping small businesses. That's my team. So, had the sudden desire to make a reading spreadsheet for the year and got through January before deciding to read 4 pages. I am rubbing off on you too much, aren't I? For those of you that don't know, in the course of June, I about every 6 months will go through my bookshelves, and if I haven't been keeping track of like what books I've been buying, I'll like go through and make sure that all of my library is in this spreadsheet. And I was telling Adri about this because in June I did it again for this, every day going through like one letter of the alphabet by author last name, and I might have rubbed off on Adri a little bit. Oops. All right, but you know what, guys? I'm going to quit chatting for a second. I'm going to taste this sorbet my husband made. Let's see how it is. Ooh, that's pretty good. It's very strawberry, but I like it. I like it a lot. And apparently he's jamming out to some Avril Lavigne right now. No judgment, because I love Avril. But, it's a vibe. You are. I now have a library login. Ding! I am not sorry. You will thank me later. Trust me. Doing some big changes, and usually have only my 2 shelves, excuse me, for books, but I'm getting rid of other hobbies. So all 4 now are for books. What hobbies are you dropping? Because I know you also have your Funkos. Tell me you're not dropping the Funkos or the I don't want to say it's BTS because I'm fairly certain it's not just BTS, but I think it might even be NCT something. I'm not a fan of those groups. I'm sorry. I know you do. I know you're a huge fan of them. Are you still collecting stuff for those? Please tell me you are, because I would like to see those collections one day. And I will be very sad if I don't get to see those collections, Dion. Funkos are going, no! They're both going! Okay, well, do you think you might be interested in selling some of the Funkos? Because I would like to maybe in the future buy some from you. Maybe. We'll see. Yeah, I definitely could too. I haven't gone broke book buying, but I'm not gonna say how much I've spent in the last few weeks because it's been rough, people. It has been rough. But I did actually today go and buy a bunch of books. I bought like 8 books basically for myself for my birthday because next Friday I'm going to be getting tattoos, and so I can't go to the bookstore for my birthday. So I figured I'd do it today because this was going to be the only day I could before my birthday. So did that. Reading Hooked. Awesome. 6% of the Pool Boy. It's an age gap romance where the heroine is older. Imagining the heroine as Margot from First Kill. Okay. I don't know. I'm assuming Margot is the vampire. I haven't watched it yet, obviously, because I've only been really talking about it a little bit today. But I do like it when the women are older because if y'all don't know, I am the older one of the relationship between Robert and I. I am over a year older than him. But it doesn't ever feel like that because the kind of level that he's at is like very similar. So it actually seems like we're the same age, as opposed to me being a year older. But yeah, I'm a year and a couple months older than him, technically. Funko's a Funko Pop. They're like the little collectibles where they've got like the big heads and the small little bodies. That's what they are. Have to see with the Funkos, but I'll be adding some Stranger Things Funkos to the collection. Ooh, fun, fun, fun. Bought 16 books today and yesterday, so, you know. Like a two years older than your hubby. Yeah, cougars. You know, it is what it is. No, and it's funny because like it doesn't seem like that with my husband and I. Like we also like grew around like the same people. Like we were in the same friend group growing up, and so like all of us kind of ran together and all kind of were around the same age. So like it doesn't feel like I'm older than him. It just feels like, you know, we kind of haven't really like we don't have an age gap is what it feels like because it's. For one, it's kind of insignificant because it's like it's only just over a year. But because like an age gap romance would basically age gap romance book would be like, you know, somebody who's like, I don't know, like 40 and somebody's like 27 or even possibly younger, which to me that's just a little much. But you know, to each their own, I guess, as long as it's no one that is a minor or freshly no longer a minor. But yeah, I don't know, like those smaller age gaps, I don't feel like really matter because like, I mean, it doesn't feel like, for me personally, it doesn't feel like I'm really that much older than my own husband. Like, I feel like we're the same age, you know? Margot is the mom of the vampire. Oh, okay. Actor's name is Elizabeth Mitchell. She's 52. Okay. Cool. Cool. Okay, so let's get started with our next sprint here in a couple minutes. I'm going to eat a little bit more of my sorbet. Age gap romance like Hollywood. 50-year-old men with 24-year-old may consider it normal. Exactly. That's kind of like the age gap, like you would see it a lot in the age gap romances. See, like, I understand why people like age gap romances. I am not judging anybody that reads them. I judge the real life men and even a real life women who have age gap romances like that. Because that's a little suspicious. In real life, that's a little suspicious. But if it's in fiction, I can suspend my disbelief a little bit as long as the relationship is consensual. And I think that's the biggest thing too, is it has to be a consensual thing, and it can't be something where like, it could be something where like the person is grooming, the one that's older is grooming the younger one, which is where I get a little, you know, weird about, especially if it's like such a large one and the person is like anywhere between the age of like 18 to like 25, and they're dating somebody who's like 40 to 50. because it's just kind of one of those things where it's like, were they groomed to be with this person? Like, how did that happen? But like, I don't know, like it's a really weird thing for me, but I don't judge people who read those kinds of books because it is, you know, it's a type of romance that can be enticing in some ways. I mean, it's not like for everybody, but I'm not going to like judge you for reading it. I judge the real life people that do those kinds of things. There's a big difference, I think. Assuming the heroine is 40-ish and the hero is 24. Yeah, that seems to be the general age, is like someone is usually between the ages of 40 to 50, maybe late 30s, and then the younger one is usually in like their mid to early 20s getting involved with somebody else. That I hear seems to be the typical ages of those stories. Sorry if you guys hear any banging outside. People are shooting off fireworks already. It's very annoying. It's a new movie with the reverse gap with Emma Thompson. Yes, I did hear about that. Hi, Booba. I'm not done with it. I've been talking. It's good. Leave me alone. I'm talking with people. Leave me alone. So yeah, I've heard that this was good, but it also, I heard, was like, it was really kind of like icky for some people because if I'm not mistaken, the one with Emma Thompson is one that was kind of based on a real story. I could be wrong, but I think that's the one I remember seeing a lot of people talk about. Yeah, you have to separate fiction from reality. Like I said, people who read age gap romances, there's no issue with that. I think that there's definitely some where the stories by themselves are enticing and like it's fine to read those. It's the real life people that do that shit that kind of makes me a little suspicious because there's a lot of issues right now regarding that kind of thing, especially with like Roe v. Wade and all that stuff. Like it's a little much. I call my mom this so much. Talking age gap. Yes, we were talking about age gap romances. Tina is reading currently an age gap romance, and I was kind of just talking about like I don't mind the idea of there being age gap romance fiction, but the real life stuff's a little suspicious. Exactly, they are pedophiles. That is exactly it. Because, and just from what I've seen of celebrities who have gotten into romances with older men, specifically, this very easily could happen with older women as well. Do not get me wrong. But it's usually when the kid is like, when the young woman is fairly young, being groomed by the older man until they're about 18 or some kind of like legal age, and they have a very sexual relationship that turns out to be completely just not okay. It's not good. Because they are being manipulated, and it's not okay. So I think the movie with Emma Thompson is important a little bit because older women tend to have this instant hate towards their bodies. I think it might help some people feel more confident. That is entirely possible. I would appreciate, you know, that kind of a message about, you know, bodies, but I don't remember. I remember people saying that the movie itself was kind of icky just because of the again, it could have been because it was based on real life. I don't remember exactly, but I feel like that was the case. Don't care about the real life ones when the people didn't meet till she's over 20. Yeah. If they meet when they're like in their mid 20s, it's fine. But unfortunately, there's so much that doesn't happen like that. It's more often than not when they are so very young and they get groomed to be in these relationships when they're of a legal age. And it's so sad. I mean, think of like Elvis Presley. That's what he did. 24 years old, dating a woman that was 14, groomed her until she was at a legal age when they could actually have a sexual relationship and him not get in trouble. That's exactly what he did. Yeah, Woody Allen, same thing. Groomed so many young women. Yeah, they are very less frequent when it's not as often you'll find somebody who is in their mid-20s dating somebody that is much older and having started their relationship at that time. It's not very often. I mean, if we want to talk about like Leo DiCaprio and his choices, another person I think should be in way more trouble than he is for all the crap he does. Jake Gyllenhaal. Anyone? Movie section people don't like seeing older women with clothes off and with younger men. Yeah, that's another thing. That's another thing. That's such a double freaking standard that I really hate. Why is it that we can have older men with younger women in sexual movies and that's fine? But as soon as it's an older woman with a younger man, it's all of a sudden disgusting. Like that makes no sense to me. But that is completely the double standard of anything to do with women in show business, in movies, in TV shows, anything like that. It's so stupid. Yeah, exactly. Can hardly call her a woman. 14 as a kid. Exactly. Like 100%. So Jake Gyllenhaal, like, if you're a Taylor Swift fan at all, which I'm not, but I know enough to like understand kind of what happened. There was a brief time where Taylor had dated Jake Gyllenhaal, and there was a whole short film basically made about the story of their love life without fully like going into detail of who it really was. Starred Dylan O'Brien, I think, playing basically what people would say is Jake Gyllenhaal, but he pretty much I don't think he necessarily groomed her, but he definitely like took advantage of how naive and young she was and kind of used it against her, and constantly like made her out to be this really stupid young woman when he's like in his late 20s, early 30s, and she's like in her young 20s. Just basically was a real jerk to her, and after a certain point just kind of casted her off because she was like too much. It basically was just a really it was an icky scenario is all I will say. Like if you want to go watch the 10 like there's like I don't know what song it is. It might be it's off the new album she just came off with. Like there's a 10-minute like version of it that like people went feral over when it came out. But there's a short film that goes with that song that will tell you everything about what actually happened with her and Jake, because I don't know if she ever officially said that that's what it was about, but that's basically what it seems to be about, according to many Taylor Swift fans who have followed her career all her life, basically. Technically, Amber Heard and Johnny Depp was an okay one for ages when they met, but that clearly didn't turn out great. Exactly. See, that's another thing. So, like, okay, like when they got together and they met, not under the best circumstances, I don't think, because I think technically Johnny left his partner at the time for her, which that was a whole other thing. But that's an age gap that I was fine with, because again, she's a fully grown woman. She's in her mid-20s. You know, she's able to make her own decisions. And if she wants to be involved with an older man, that's fine. It would have been different if Amber was still, you know, a really young woman, like 18, and he was going after her. Like, that'd be a whole different story. But that's not, you know, that's not what happened. Yes, Taylor wrote a song about it. It originally was on a different album, and it was an album that she was able to get the rights for after fighting for so many years. And she released a new album that was completely like what she wanted the music originally to be, but her producers didn't want it to go the way she wanted. Yeah, and it was All Too Well. That's the song that there's a 10-minute version of the song that came out on that album, and then there's a music video short film kind of thing that goes with this song that basically tells the whole story of what All Too Well is about, and it's pretty much linked to her relationship with Jake Gyllenhaal. At the time of All Too Well, 10 minutes, people made a graph about Leonardo DiCaprio's age and the girl he's dated. Yeah, he doesn't date anybody. This man is like in his 40s. He doesn't date anyone who is over the age of like 24, I think it was. It's kind of disgusting, because it's pretty much he dates within the range of 18 to 24. That's it. Nobody else. It's gross. It's absolutely gross. Yes, All Too Well. Released All Too Well years ago and re-released it recently and much longer. Then she made a short. Yeah. Yeah, I don't remember what album it was on originally, because I'm not like a huge Taylor Swift fan, but I obviously was not, you know, I was not immune to all of the Twitter posts about the album, people talking about it. I have no hate for Taylor. Genuinely, I have no hate for Taylor in my heart. She's, I think, a really great artist. I think she's good at what she does. I'm just not a fan. It's not she was never an artist I really got into. I mean, look at my sweater. This is what I listen to on a regular basis. I don't listen to Taylor Swift, but I have no hate in my heart for her. I think she does a great job at what she does. Yeah, I just saw the notification come in. It's fine. You're fine, Dion. Hasn't said it was Jake Gyllenhaal. Cast actors to the age that her and Jake were 30 and 19. Red, that's what it was. Thank you. Yeah, I don't think she ever did say specifically, but like I said, I'm fairly certain that the fans who have been following her career for years, and especially the relationships she's had, were able to put together that it was about Jake Gyllenhaal. So it could be that it could have been about somebody else. But since then, since that was released, a lot of stuff kind of came out about Jake Gyllenhaal, Leo DiCaprio, a bunch of that stuff about how they tend to date younger women and they don't always have the nicest things to say about those two men and what they do. They're just kind of icky people, and I'm not fans of them. I like Leo's movies, but he's not my favorite actor in the world. We'll just say that. Okay, you guys, I have been talking for way too long. Y'all got me going on all kinds of stuff. So, I'm going to eat the rest of my sorbet here in a minute. But let's go ahead and do another roll. So, we can get started with another sprint, because that's what y'all are here for, is the sprints. I mean, maybe you want to hear me talk all night long, but some people want to do the sprints. Celebrities can get away with it because they can. Hollywood favors older men and younger women, for sure. That is basically where the whole Me Too movement kind of. It's where the whole Me Too movement really kind of picked up, was within Hollywood, with all of the stuff that came out of people, women in particular, coming out about people like producers and directors and various other individuals, executives in Hollywood who would take advantage of young women. I mean, if you've ever heard of what do they call it? It's the couch or something like that. It's a very dark rabbit hole to get into, learning about the really nasty things that women have had to go through. Specifically, again, men very easily could go through this. I mean, one case in particular of a man who has gone through sexual assault in Hollywood, Brendan Fraser. Brendan Fraser, around the time the Me Too movement really picked up a few years ago, came out in an article with GQ about the fact that he was sexually assaulted by an executive at MGM, I think, that one of the people that had produced the Mummy movies. He came out about the fact that one of them sexually assaulted him, and he had to keep it secret for a long time because he was afraid of his career. And also because of the fact that he was a man and was assaulted by a man. How does a man go about living like that? Was his mindset. It's a really awful, awful thing to have to experience. And that is one of the very many reasons I am so glad I never decided to fully get into things like Broadway and going into acting in Hollywood, because it's a really nasty place. It is very hard to get in anywhere without having to provide any kind of sexual favors for people. I would be willing to bet that there's a very small amount of any actors and actresses anymore who got in completely by talent. Yeah, the casting couch, that's what it's called. Yep. Quote from All Too Well, I'll get older, but you'll never stay my age. Yep. Yeah, that's basically one of the major evidence points for why is it Jake Gyllenhaal, because looking at his relationship history, it was after she got to a certain age, he let her go, and then he kept staying within that same age range. So, because Leo and Jake tend to do a lot of the same things apparently. Anyway, let's move on to something different. How about it? Let's get out of this really dark and depressing topic and do a 30-minute sprint, because we rolled a 6 that time. So we're going to do 30 minutes of reading. I'm going to finish my sorbet and listen to more of my audiobook and take a break from editing, because I have edited quite a bit of that footage already. So let's get started, shall we? Y'all are great. I like being able to talk to you guys. We just get into some kind of dark topics sometimes, but we're going to liven it back up. We're going to get ready. So This one, speaking of dark things, is about a moon. We're going to have a nice little moon rotation going on for the next 30 minutes. So enjoy, and I'll see all of you guys in 30 minutes. Let's go. Okay, guys, that was 30 minutes of reading. Hope you did well with that. I got through quite a bit. I don't really know how much I did, but I did nonetheless, so that's good. Hi, Bree. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Glad you could join. We'll be sprinting for a couple more hours till about midnight my time, so I think about 11 your time. So yeah, it's going to be a fun night. All right, so we'll take a little bit of a break for a second, so you guys can get all caught up and go use the bathroom, get a snack, get a drink, whatever you need. The rest of that sorbet my husband made was fantastic. So yeah, it was really good. What was I gonna tell you? I don't remember. Something. I don't know. It's gone now, whatever it was. It's gone. Oh, look, there's the last fuck I had. That's basically what it seemed like to me. What was I watching? So I don't know if on TikTok you guys follow this creator. It's Queen Estrella on TikTok. She does a lot of like lip syncing videos, and she does a lot of also like princess, like badass princess kinds of skits and stuff like that. I love her. She's so awesome. There was a video she did where she was unboxing a bunch of crowns from that company, Sweet V, that you can buy off of Amazon. Oh gosh, I can't even remember how she said it, but she said something really funny that was to the effect of, "Oh look, that's the last fuck I had," basically, and it was just great. I was popped into my brain, came out my mouth. So there's that. So 30 pages, nice. Give it up on reading, and I'm instead working on the spreadsheet almost through February. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. I love you very much. Hi, Bree. Read a few pages and made pasta. We actually had pasta. What? Pasta? What was that? I don't know. We had pasta tonight for dinner as well. I made pasta, and I basically sauteed a bunch of veggies with it, which was really good. I think we even have enough for me to have for lunch tomorrow, which would be nice. Didn't read much. 5% into the woods. I had to like read that 3 times for a second because I thought you were saying Into the Woods as in like the musical, and that's not what it was. Seems like it's going to be good. Awesome. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Read 5% of the Pool Boy and ate ice cream. I also had ice cream today. My husband had to run to the vape store, and I convinced him to stop at McDonald's to get me a hot fudge sundae because I was really wanting a hot fudge sundae. Horrible with keeping track of pages, but I'm deep into it. That's fine. Don't even worry. Like I'm mostly listening to the audiobook. God, those fireworks are so freaking close. And I swear I know they're fireworks because it is 4th of July time and they are in very rapid succession, so it's okay. They're so close. I didn't realize that there was going to be a lot of people putting off fireworks in this area around this time because usually back at my parents' house, it's like maybe one spot you can hear. But they live in the country too, so it's like stupid. But anyway, I tend to listen to my audiobook and not keep track of how many pages I've gone through but if I read physically, I have a better idea. Sorbet and ice cream after my own heart. I know. It's so great. It's the best. I just love it. My husband is great. Oh my gosh, how many books have I read this year? Let me check my Goodreads because I don't have like a number tracked in my journal. But let's see. So according to my reading challenge, oh my gosh, I've read 48 books. I don't know if you guys will be able to see that. But I've read 48 books so far. I'm 2 away from my Goodreads goal for this year, which I always set to 50 because I think of it like I don't like setting it for 52 because it's not like a 5 or a 0. I hate that. So I set it to 50 because I always think, around a book a week would be like ideal. Some months are better than others, but I've read so far 48, and this is my 49th book that I've read this year, which is pretty good. It definitely ends up working out pretty well because January and June, we have my Battle of the Bookish stuff that I do with Adri going on. So I can usually get a good few books read in those months. But I've honestly been on a pretty good roll where I've got through at least 3 books every month so far this year. So that is a huge win for me personally. Yeah, I'm surprised. I don't think Oscar's really been, Oscar is my puppy because I know you're fairly new. I have a 7-month-old German Shepherd, and typically they don't do well with things like loud noises and stuff. But as far as I understand, he's doing fine. He's not freaking out. If anything, my husband's like able to keep him calm, which is good. So I think that we should be fine. And they're not going anywhere. Like, I'm not going to be going with them to the 4th of July party that I go to every year with family. So my husband's going to be home with him. He may be at his dad's, though it depends on what's going on. But I'm pretty confident he's going to be okay, which is good because I thought he, with the kind of breed he is, would be much more susceptible to wicking out around this time of year. But he's fine. He doesn't even do really that bad during thunderstorms either. Like, the worst he gets is like the vacuum he just barks at because he thinks it's a toy. Like, this dog is not afraid of anything except small dogs. Dogs that are smaller than him and that are the size of his poop, he is scared of because we have neighbors who have like a little Shih Tzu mix puppy. He hates that thing. He hates it so much. He does not like it. Into the Woods is time to go. I hate to leave. I have to, though. Gosh, I haven't watched that musical in so long. That was actually, I think, one of the first musicals I really like got into when I was in high school and like in drama club and learning about musicals. That was one of the first ones I remember really getting into for one reason or another. Read 98 books so far this year. Yay for romance audiobooks. Yeah, you go through those like crazy. Short stories can really pile up and increase numbers. Yes, for sure. Especially if you get short stories that are not a part of anthologies. So I don't have it on me currently, but I'm working through Brandon Sanderson's books with some friends, and we've been having to read some of the short stories and novellas from his collection of Arcanum Unbounded. And there are some of them that are actually published like separately. And like Stephen King also has like a few of his shorter works that are published separately from the anthologies. And so like if you especially count it that way, that's great. Like even the ones that are in an anthology, you can find usually an edition on Goodreads that is like separate, like it was published completely independently. So from the rest of his stuff. So very easy way to get more numbers or more things read by doing that. 4 books behind schedule. I'm just happy to be reading, as you should. Just be happy you're reading. It's just a number. And who knows? You might have a month later this year where you're going to get completely past your goal. So be happy with what you're doing. At 61 books this year, halfway to my goal. So you have then 122 as your goal. That's actually I think it's pretty attainable for you. From what I can see of like your reading habits, typically, like I feel like you can make that very easily. And we're now about halfway through the year, just over. So I think you can make it. I'm at like 65. That's awesome. 43 books. Nice. Read 61 of 75. So you're almost there. Nice. Oh, you're at 120. Okay. That makes sense. Goal is 150. Yeah, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. You'll make it. Especially if you keep with those romance audiobooks, you'll be fine. I don't worry about you at all. Yeah, I always set 50 because I feel like that's usually a good jumping off point. I think in years past I've got to like 75 and like 100. Like I can actually look at my Goodreads, like what I did last year. Because I set it the same for every single year as 50 is my goal. And let's see. So last year, oh my gosh, I read a lot. So in 2018, was when I first joined Goodreads officially. And I set the goal of 100 books and I only got through 59, but that also had been like quite honestly partway through that year already. So I had only counted like probably the second half of the year in 2018. In 2019, I had a goal of 52 books starting off, and I got to 115. And then 2020, I set a goal, I think originally of 52 or 50, and then bumped it up because I went way past. And I ended up basically with 130 books in 2020 because pandemic, makes sense. And then last year, I got through 76 books, which that's probably what I would usually get, is somewhere between 75 and 100 now. I would be willing to bet that by the end of this year, I'll probably be around 76 again, depending on how exactly fast I can get through like these. I think that these ones, though, are going to really be helpful because like working through Brandon Sanderson's books, just because it's kind of like, especially with the short stories being like by themselves published, it will like stack it up a lot more. Completed my 15, but I'm unofficially going for 100. I'm at 48 now. Awesome. So you're almost halfway there. Do 5 more than I read the year before. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Kind of like, hey, I've already reached this. Let's see if we can reach this and then some. Yeah, that makes sense. I think I just stick to 50 just because it makes the most sense for me. And I usually end up going over it, but 50 is like, that's a pretty attainable goal of like looking at it where it's almost a book every single week. Because some books like take me a little bit longer, right? And so I would prefer to have smaller goals and then build up, as opposed to like set a really high goal and then feel bad about myself later. Because I already have issues with my self-confidence. I don't need to cause any more issues, you know? Like, let's make some attainable goals. Let's make some actual, like, good, smaller goals, and then we'll go from there. All these numbers are impressive. Be proud of yourselves. Exactly. Everybody should be proud of themselves, of where they are in their reading. Even if you think you're behind on your schedule or whatever, it don't matter. You're reading, you're having a good time. That is all that matters. I love it. Thank you. Okay, so let's go ahead and get another roll in for our next sprint. See how we're doing. I think currently I'm about an hour and a half left of this audiobook. Yeah, about an hour and a half left of the audiobook, being on 2 times speed. So I could finish this. But I think I'm going to transition to going back to editing for a little bit because I do want to continue editing this video. And we'll kind of go from there. So let's see what we end up getting for this next sprint. 8. Okay, so that means we're going to do a 40-minute sprint this time. Sticking around the 30 to 40 minutes so far today, which is good. It's fine. It's whatever. Gives you guys a little bit more time to get some stuff read. It gives me more time to be able to have time to edit, which is going to be nice. So let's get this going. So this is a cute, another little like spacey one. This one's more so for little kids, but I thought it was just so cute. I mean, why not, right? Goal 2020 was 70 and I read 140. Goal in 2021 was 100 and you read 86. Still, honestly, like that, even last year, you came really close. Like, that's a pretty impressive thing. And 2020, I think for a lot of people ended up being where they reached, and even like you did, doubled their reading because of the fact we couldn't go anywhere for most of us. Like, I feel like I got so much more reading done in 2020 because I wasn't really able to go anywhere. I mean, I'm an introvert in like the sense where like I like being home more than I like being away from home and like out places. I mean, it's not that I don't like being with, excuse me. It's not like I don't like being with other people, but I'm very much kind of that ambivert kind of thing, or that slightly extroverted introvert where like I like being around people, especially ones that I enjoy like spending time with. Like I have certain groups of friends I like being around. I like being around my personal family, my husband's family. But like after so long, I have to go and run away and hide in my room. Like that is how I was my entire life. And so in 2020, with the fact that we couldn't go and do anything, I had to do something to keep me from going completely insane where I couldn't like just be able to go see my parents. I had to stay home. So I spent a lot of my time reading. And also, you know, in a lot of ways, that was my escapism, which I'm sure for many people in 2020 reading what was their escape, and that's why a lot of them like ended up doubling their goals and stuff like that. So I'm not surprised. But all right, we're gonna go ahead and do 40 minutes of reading, and I'm gonna be doing my editing. I think I should be able to finish this video, editing it by the time before this goes off, and so then we'll transition to reading some more. So I will see you guys in about 40 minutes as giant fireworks decide to go off. I don't know why I keep trying to look out the window when the blind is closed, but yeah. Escape was creating my booktube. Yeah, I think that was the case for a lot of people. And I'm glad that you decided to make a booktube and you've decided to continue with it, because I enjoy your content, Paco. I enjoy you as a person. And I'm very glad that you are in this space. And I do think that like a lot of my escapism as well was continuing my booktube stuff, because I've been around for now like 6.5 years. And so like this 2020 for me was like a year where like I really focused a lot on my content. And because I mean, what else was I going to do besides sit around and read? Like that was what I had to do. Hi, Carissa. You're just in time for our next sprint. Look at you go. So yeah, 40 minutes, everybody. We'll come back and we'll hang out a little bit more. I'm going to edit the rest of this video. Let's go. Okay, guys, that is 40 minutes. Great job. I managed to finish editing the video I was working on, get through more of Shadows of Self, and got another video prepped and started slightly to edit. It's going to be already like a kind of shorter video. The vlog I just finished up ended up being under half an hour, and I think this is going to be about the same. But yeah, I'm pretty proud of myself, and I actually might stay up a little bit later because I have about an hour and 10 minutes left of this audiobook, and I think I can finish it maybe before I go to sleep because I'm not super tired right now, but it is what it is. I'm not sure what this is in reference to. If this is in reference to the conversation we had earlier, like if you went through the chat or something, I mean, I'm certain that that's possible, but okay. I mean, doesn't really matter to me. It's not like I'm going to go into her OnlyFans or whatever, but I'm not sure what that comment is in reference to exactly. I'm going to assume it's for the conversation that we had earlier, but got to page 200. Nice job, Paco. I currently have I think just a little bit more than 60 pages left of this. So that's why I feel like I can get through it tonight if I just continue listening to it. And I think that after sprints, I'll hold off on doing my editing of this other video until tomorrow. But finish the April in the spreadsheet, starting to think I should pick up an audiobook to start. Might not be a bad idea. Give yourself a nice break. I mean, you're already almost to where we are currently, so nice job. That's a lot of work. 7% of the pool boy. Nice. How are you liking it, Tina? I know you said that was one you were kind of starting today. How are you feeling about it right now? Like now, especially that you've read more of it as you go. That's page 37 of The Woods. Nice. How can you edit and do audiobooks? I would be tuning out of one. So yeah, basically the way that I am doing it is I'm not even editing the actual talking parts right now when I listen to the audiobook. The way I do it is if I have a spot that needs a time lapse, so it would require really no sound, I would listen to the audiobook as that footage is rendering. I would, in places where I just have to cut the dead air, especially because you know me, I tend to stutter a lot. So, because my brain tends to move slower than my mouth does. It's a habit. Can't help it. So typically I'll have points where I will stop what I'm saying and then have to restart. So there's gaps of silence. And so with an audiobook in my ear, I will go through the footage and cut out those gaps, if that makes sense. Reading Elantris. Nice. Hopefully be getting to that here fairly soon. I'm still trying to play catch up before the live show for Mistborn Era 2. So really like it. Read the first chapter for today. Mom's best friend romance. Oh man. That's interesting. Hi, Helen. Welcome. No reading right now. In a Pentatonics mood. Hey, you do what you need to do. I know Pentatonics is a cappella group, but you have fun with listening to them. Never read one of those. Read a lot of Dad's Best Friends. Yeah, that's the first time I've heard of a romance that focuses on mom's best friend. I've also only heard Dad's Best Friend or Brother's Best Friend or whatever like that. Never the moms. That's pretty cool. Nice. Did the pixel coloring and listen to Dread Nation on audio. Nice. Nice. Read the first chapter before today. Yeah, okay. Cool. Cool. So, yeah, we have got 40 more minutes of the sprint time. Like I said, I think that with this, I'll, after sprints are done, I'll hold off on editing anything more of this until tomorrow. And basically try to get through more of this audiobook because I was in the middle of a chapter there at the end of that. But I have 60 some pages left of this. I have just over an hour of the audiobook. I can get this done tonight. And then tomorrow, finally start off the final book of this trilogy, which is The Bands of Mourning. I'm really sad, though, because I don't know if I'm going to be able to get the audiobook for this one right now. Like, I am, like, supposed to get it here really soon, but I want to, like, crank through this. I want to get this one done and get the short story done and then be done with Mistborn and move on to something else for a change. Like, I'm getting kind of, like, I know that it probably wasn't the best idea to read all of these, like, back to back to back to back to back, but it was what it was. I'm trying to play catch up. I'm trying to get this done before the live show. I just really hope that, like, either shortly after I start this or something, I get that book, like, immediately, because I'm supposed to get it, like, here any day now. So, hoping. Because it's not on script. I have to get these through Libby, and I don't want to pay $28 for an Amazon Audible book. Not happening. Not doing that. 30. Yep. Saw that you got to page 37. Equal opportunity, dad, mom, friend, lust. Love it. Exactly. We love equal opportunity. Why does it always have to be where the romances involve, male stuff? Like, there's sapphic romances. There's, male romances. It doesn't always have to be heteronormative. And we can also, enjoy having romances that involve older people if it's consensual and everybody's happy and fine and dandy. Like, should all be a good time. Pool Boy's second book in the series. First book is Boyfriend's Dad. That I have an issue with, only because, for obvious reasons, you're cheating on your boyfriend with his dad. That's kind of weird. That's kind of icky. I don't like stories that have cheating in general. Not because of, like, anything particular that has happened to me. I just morally don't like that. I mean, I love the appeal that gives to people. I'm happy that there are people who enjoy that kind of content. That is a romance trope I will always stay away from, because I just don't like the idea, especially if it involves the character going and cheating on their partner with a family member, like dad, mom, brother, sister, whatever the case may be. None of that is okay to me. I don't like that. Even from a fictional standpoint, I don't like that. I think that is just really icky. So I don't read those romances, but to each their own. You enjoy that romance, you enjoy it. Whatever. As a bisexual, I love focus on an older woman. And as a pansexual, I will agree with you. I love it all. I love it. I love all of that. Like, older woman, doesn't matter. Like, I just don't like it when people are cheating. That's, like, my biggest issue. Like, I could deal with reading an age gap romance. I can deal with, readings like BDSM. I can, all of that. But when it comes to cheating, I don't like those stories. I don't, because I don't like that happening in real life at all. It is not something I personally think is right. Now, if we're talking like a polyamorous relationship and it's a consensual on all parties' fronts, that's a whole different story. But if there's no like consent to the extra marital or affair or the God, freaking fireworks are so loud. If it's all consensual, I'm game. But if it's not, I'm out. Ain't happening for me. Morally against cheating, but love the drama. Sometimes. The drama I don't care for either, because I think it could have been like, there a lot of times, like when it comes to the cheating ones, it's because the person that's doing the cheating is trying to either find a way out of the relationship, or they're not getting what they need because they're not actually communicating with the partner. At least that's from what I've read of some of the cheating based ones. Not a fan of that. I hate the miscommunication trope for this reason, because this is not how we have healthy relationships. This is how really bad relationships go. In the first book, they break up before anything happens. Okay. That I'm down with. That is totally okay. Because if there's cheating involved, no. But if there's a breakup and it's kind of a revenge thing, in certain circumstances, I'm okay with that. But it's the circumstances of the revenge that I'm kind of like, what's the purpose of this? What's the purpose? I don't understand. It's messy. I've been meaning to try to read it. Yeah, I'm not a fan. In fiction, I'm good with cheaters. Love the drama. Hey, to each their own, right? Everybody enjoys what they enjoy. I'm not a fan. That's okay. You know, it is what it is. But again, if we're talking like a polyamorous kind of thing and it's consensual on everybody's, agenda, go for it. Like, go have sex with a bunch of different people. If your partner is in agreement with it and they also then get to do that without you getting jealous of that, that is okay. I'm all for people doing what they want and having the kinks that they love and all that shit, but even in fiction, cheating does not sit well with me. I don't like it. Cheating is always a turnoff to me, but there are some dad of boyfriend books that aren't cheating. Birthday Girl comes to mind. Okay, good, because I do have that book and I would like to read it. Break up before they start anything. Good. Okay, I will definitely make sure that is in my mind when I go to read that, because I do have Birthday Girl and I would like to be able to read that, but I had no idea that there was I didn't know that it was the dad of a boyfriend trope. So I am okay with that. We will read that and enjoy it, because that's gonna be a fun time. I'm sure. Isn't it the same book though, where like I feel like people have talked about it, where is there some kind of like grooming involved in that? I can't remember. I feel like that was one where there might have been some possible grooming, like it was like a trigger warning, and that's another thing. So I'm very weird with like romances and smut and stuff like that. Like I just have like very opinionated ideas in terms of the way certain tropes are done. So I think that when it comes to like seeing grooming in books, I am okay with it if it is a demonized look at it. Like basically saying that this is not okay, that this is damaging. Like if grooming is involved in a book, I'm okay with that. Okay. No grooming. Great. Fantastic. But that's one thing that I want, like going back to the idea of what we were talking about earlier with, the age gap romance. If there is grooming involved in a book, I am okay with it if it is looked at negatively, because it's not a good thing. It's not something that should be celebrated. It's not something that should be done in any relationship. Similar to cheating. Like I don't want the moral, if there is any moral in a romance, to be that this is okay. But I appreciate when in some situations they're brought up and they are demonized. They are looked at negatively. So I guess if I was to read something with cheating, I would like there to be some either revenge or comeuppance on the cheater, because that shit makes me happy when people get their revenge on people who wrong them. Okay, at least what you remember, that's cool. Great. It is an age gap, and some people have interpreted some things as grooming, but I didn't think it was. Okay. Because I know that she's supposed to be fairly younger. And with the boyfriend of the dad's boyfriend, I would assume that there's an age gap, which that again is fine. But yeah, I mean, what do you like? I feel like there's not too many problems I would have with like romances in general. I think if there's going to be like really hard topics like grooming and like whether something is grooming or isn't, if it's very obvious that there's like a tactic being used and that then be demonized in the book, I appreciate that, because I feel like with a lot of young women, especially because those damn fireworks, I think with a lot of young women specifically, because let's all be honest here, right? Everybody can read romance. But I do believe that the general audience tends to skew toward women. And in that regard, you get a lot of younger women now, especially with things like TikTok, that have really pushed these spicy romances, to read books that include topics like grooming, that they're not really understanding what exactly the red flags are. And so I think it's really important that, like, from the author's part, they look at those grooming aspects or any kind of like negative, toxic kinds of things, like what exactly would constitute as a toxic relationship, things that like are manipulative, narcissistic. Like, I feel like the author has some responsibility if they're going to write on these topics, even in some small part, to be like, this is not okay. This is not how a healthy relationship is. This is not what we should be going for, right? Only thing that comes to mind that I think touches on this a little bit is a Colleen Hoover book. And I know Colleen Hoover is like very hit or miss for a lot of people. But if any of you have read it, It Ends With Us, that book is, I think, one of like the best examples I could think of in terms of a romance that looks at the idea of like, this is not a healthy relationship. This relationship that is the main one is very toxic. It is bad. And here's this other guy who we've seen has been kind of like, okay. And like the relationship between the two of them is a little bit better. Like, but it's obvious that this one relationship here is really toxic. Now, I'm not saying the book is perfect by any means, because I do have some issues with It Ends With Us. I liked it a lot when I read it. But I think if I was to reread it again, because it's been a couple of years since I've read it, I probably would have more issues with the second chance romance part of it, because I think that guy was a little weird. Yeah, clarify, like in the trigger warnings, it's not an example of a healthy relationship. That's what I'm saying. It's exactly like that's, I think if you're going to write a relationship that shows toxic traits, the author then should indicate why this is not a healthy relationship. Like, that is so important if you're going to write on these kinds of topics. I mean, it's like those warnings you get. Don't do this at home. These are done by professionals. Like, these stunts are done by professional people. Don't do this at home. Like, that should, I think, be involved within the trigger warnings of any kind of, like, especially very dark romance. Because a lot of dark romances hit on some very hard things. And I appreciate the authors that take the time to not only place the trigger warnings up front, but then also are like, yeah, this is a shitty situation people are in. This is not okay. Like, this is something you should not be striving to have in a relationship. I would really like to see more authors do that, because I know there's quite a few that do it now, but I would like to see that happen more, because unfortunately we're still in a very sensitive time, in the sense where there are still so many very impressionable young women specifically, and young men to that regard, because I think that it's also very possible young men don't always understand this, but like, you could very easily cause some of those young people to stray from what exactly is a healthy relationship because of the allurement of a very toxic person. And we have, like, if we're reading material that is indicating that those are good things, that's setting up a lot of people for hurt, truthfully, in my opinion. Sequel to The Pool Boy is The Doctor. And in The Doctor, there's a kind of weird element where the first time he was attracted to her, for the first time at prom. Yeek. Yep. No, several people have issues with The Doctor for that reason. I haven't read them yet. Agree, I'm 17, and I think everyone reads books and needs to separate fiction and reality, and needs to understand what they can handle before they read books like that. Exactly. Yeah, that is why I really appreciate when authors place things like trigger warnings. I know that there was a huge debate over whether or not it's necessary, or if it's really stupid or whatever. To be completely honest, I would rather, personally, this is my opinion, okay, so take this with a grain of salt if you don't agree with me. I believe that if somebody is going to go into a book that is, for one, publicized up front as being a very dark story, a dark romance, grim, dark fantasy, anything like that, where it's intentional that it's going to have some very dark topics, you as the author, in my opinion, should also then place some form of trigger warnings for your readers. Because especially if you're going to get into topics that involve, like self-harm, things like eating disorders or drug abuse, or anything that basically could possibly trigger somebody who may have either gone through those things or known people who have gone through those things. And if you're in a dark romance looking at very toxic relationships, narcissistic tendencies, physical abuse, sexual assault, and sexual abuse, any of those things. If you're writing those things specifically, you should then also write out your trigger warnings, because there's going to be people who are going to read these not knowing that that's going to be involved. But I would be willing to bet that most authors who write those very dark things are aware that people are going to get like into that stuff for a reason. So like, I don't know. It's one of those things where like, I really think it's important, but I understand that like, if you're getting into those genres, you also should kind of expect to get into some dark stuff. But it would just be nice for them to say upfront, there's some dark stuff in here. Here's what you should know that doesn't spoil anything. But like, this is all going to be here because it's a dark book. It's a very, very dark book. I think to be fair, most authors trust that when their reader are reading a dark romance, that they're smart enough not to think that this is healthy. Yes, I would agree. I would hope that that is the case. But honestly, there are still those people who will read this and they might not know. Like, so for instance, I'm thinking of a situation where a young person is in a very toxic relationship. They don't know that it's toxic, that they don't know that it's bad, that they shouldn't be in this kind of a relationship. And they read a dark romance, and without understanding that this is not a healthy example, and it kind of reinforces the idea that they have a very toxic. If basically they read the book and they think that it's reinforcing the idea that their relationship is healthy when the book is clearly saying it's not, there's an issue. Like, and I think that they also, let me rephrase that because I don't think I said that correctly. If it's reinforcing the idea that their relationship is healthy when the relationship is not, that is bad on the author for portraying the relationship in their book as healthy when it is very clearly not to the general populace, if that makes sense. I feel like I said that correctly that time. Because like, I just feel that there's so many opportunities for people to be misconstrued in terms of whether they have an actual healthy relationship when they read a dark romance. Just because like there are some people who are so naive in terms of what really is a toxic relationship. I mean, especially if you're young and you get involved with like an older person. I personally know very many people who got into relationships with way older men than they should have. And they didn't realize how toxic it was until somebody or something showed them how toxic that was. And that's what I'm saying is like, if you're going to read, like, I would assume if you're going to go read those things that you would know that you're going to be in for some, toxic stuff. You're going to be aware of the fact that this is fiction. But you always also, though, still have those people that don't make that connection. They don't see it that way, if that makes sense. That's kind of why I feel like the trigger warnings are important, and that like somebody says up front, like, this is not something that's good. None of the stuff that's happening in this is good. Because then it kind of gives the person that's reading it that might be thinking this stuff is good, hopefully it kind of resets them and makes them understand that what they might be going through is not right. Like, I just feel like as an author, if you're going to write on these dark topics, have a bit of a responsibility, because you don't know who's going to be reading this. You don't know who, from what background, is going to be reading something like this and could get the wrong message. I don't know. I feel like I'm talking in circles. I apologize. I tend to do that from time to time. I tend to talk in circles without intending to, and I start losing my point. But my point is I think that, we're really talking a lot about dark romances and stuff today, but like, there's some of them where like there's some really dark stuff out there. I just hope that we get to a point where more people start really understanding that like these books are important in understanding like what exactly is not a good relationship, because there's a lot of them that are not okay, and like there's a lot of tropes that you can use that can signify that they're not very healthy. Anyway, all right, so we have about 20 minutes left because I just spent the last 20 minutes talking about that. But it is what it is. So let's roll one more time. Off topic. If anyone can share in the comments, perfect. Thank you, Thrifty. If you can share any YouTube channels that listen. Oh, they listen to for music while reading. So I tend to listen to there's usually at least one channel that does like a 24/7 lo-fi music thing on YouTube. Like if you seriously like just look up lo-fi music, there's going to be at least one that's a live 24/7 channel that they just constantly play that stuff. And then there's others where it's like 3 or 4 hours of lo-fi music with like a really pretty picture, background, whatever you want. That's what I tend to recommend because that gives me enough distance from my, it gives me sound, but it doesn't distract me, if that makes sense. Super dark romance isn't really for me anyway, LOL. I just finished a serial killer romance for a book club, and that was weird. There are some really crazy ones. I think I was watching Riley Marie a few weeks ago, and she was talking about I don't remember the name of it, but I've added it to my wish list because this sounded really interesting. But it's very dark. It was basically about a serial killer who kidnapped people who looked like that they could have been couples and forced them into a relationship of some kind before they were killed. And the two in this story were a guy and his future sister-in-law. Like the guy was going to be getting married to her sister. They were kidnapped together and forced to have a relationship out of like survival, basically. And it sounds so terrifying. But I'm also curious as to like, how does that happen? Like, I'm looking at it from like a trauma standpoint. Like, how does somebody go through something like that, and how do they deal with it? How does it happen where, like, I can't even remember what it was called, but it was like something I seriously just was shocked that was a book. And I'm kind of like intrigued to see how it is because Riley seemed to love it. Trigger warning should be more comprehensive. Yes, exactly. That is exactly what I'm saying. Like Ambient Worlds. I do too. Ambient Worlds is so fun, especially if they do have Harry Potter ones. They have Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones, Star Wars. What else? Pandora from that Avatar, the Blue Avatar people movie. They've so many fandoms that they create like 3, 4, 5 hour ambient music things that you can go check out. There's like playlists of them, since there's for like specific fandoms, they'll have multiple different ones. So awesome. Cool. Usually listen to lo-fi music or ambient rooms. There's a Hobbit Hole theme one. I know, I don't know which one you're talking about. I love it. Heard of that book before, don't remember the name. Yeah. Disturbing content out there, but there's also an audience for everyone. Exactly. There is always an audience for everything. You will find people who will read something of yours at some point. Still Beating, that's what it was. Thank you, Tina. Yes, that's the book, Still Beating. As far as I know, I'm pretty sure it's a standalone at this point. But the way Riley described it, it sounds dark. Like the darkest thing I think she said she's ever read, but like she loved it. And I'm a little scared of trying to read it, but it is on my wish list. So maybe one day we'll see. Oh, Disney Lo-Fi. That sounds like so much fun. Jennifer Hartman. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Tiff. I almost called you Tiffany. Tina. I don't know where Tiffany came from. Ambient World looks awesome. I know. It's so nice. Like when I first started figuring out what I needed to listen to when I was reading physically, before I basically just started doing the hybrid reading when I could, that was the channel I used the most, especially if I was reading like fantasy. I would typically, when I read fantasy books, listen to the Hobbit ones and the Lord of the Rings ones because it sets up that vibe, and also the music that they use is like either from the movies or it's very similar soundtrack-wise. Lord of the Rings ones are just perfection. Love it. It sets me back in that world. And y'all know Lord of the Rings and Middle Earth is one of my favorite fantasy worlds ever. Like, if I could live in Middle Earth, I would. I would love to live in the Shire and live in Rivendell. It is just the complete aesthetic that I wish I had. Truthfully, that is my fantasy aesthetic, is Middle Earth. Disney has lo-fi. Yes, they do. They do. All right, so let's go ahead and do our last roll. We still got some time, so why don't we just see what we get and go from there? Maybe it'll be short, maybe it'll be long. We'll see. We might go past midnight. We probably will. So here we go. Okay, it's not too bad. Not too bad. We rolled a 7 again, so we'll do our final sprint at 35 minutes. Okay? Oh, excuse me. So let me get my mouse to work and get that timer again. Okay, there we go. Alrighty, folks. Lord of the Rings, Downton Abbey, Pride and Prejudice, yes. Oh my goodness. Oh, excuse me. All right, I'm gonna listen to more of Shadows of Self while I continue getting like the dead beats of my video figured out. But we're gonna do our last sprint, 35 minutes of reading, everybody. Go ahead and get started, and good luck with your last sprint for the night. Okay, folks, that is the end of the last sprint. Hope you guys did well. I am down to about 35 minutes left of my audiobook. So while I'm getting ready for bed, I'm going to finish this up. I think I'm going to give this, honestly, a 4-star. This was so much better than book 1. I like this a lot more. And weird enough, it doesn't have much of a tone difference from book 1. This just, I think, was done way better. I feel like book 1 was way too confusing. This one makes a lot more sense. This book just made me feel old, referred to an old movie called Dirty Dancing. God, I even feel old. That movie is older than I am, and I know it's older than you, I'm pretty sure. That does make me feel old. Switched my audio of Gilded for that one. Nice. Spread 6%. So yeah, I think with book 1, truthfully, the Alloy of Law, for those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, I hated the fact that there was not enough brought in about Era 1. Because I thought that Era 1 was going to play more of a part in this series than Alloy of Law let it up to be. This one brings in so much more of things from Era 1. Nothing like necessarily spectacular, but at least in this one you start to see how things from Era 1 have still affected this world. And there's characters that are brought up in this one that are from Era 1. That is like the biggest reason why I like this one so much more, because I thought that book 1 was going to involve so much more from Era 1. And it didn't. And I was so disappointed. I felt like there was really nothing going for it. And I like the mystery that's going on in this way more, too. This one has much more dire consequences if things don't get solved, whereas book 1, I didn't feel that way. So, massive, massive upgrade, truthfully, from book 1 to 2. Finished the spreadsheet. Yay! Got some paperwork done so I don't have to do it tomorrow. Read 7 pages. Nice. On page 61, it's getting so good. Awesome! You're welcome, Tina. Thank you for coming. 26% total tonight. That is amazing. I am so happy for you. Good luck with the rest of your book. Really liked book 3. I feel like I'm going to like book 3 a lot more now that this one has gotten to be a lot better. I think, like I said, just book 1 really did not give me what I was looking for. This is giving me what I've been looking for, but it's not perfect. I have a feeling, though, it's possible book 3 could be a 4 or 5 star, depending, again, like with the Hero of Ages, how does it end? That's going to be the big thing for me. So, you're welcome, Thrifty. Thank you guys all so much for joining me tonight. I know it's been a hot minute since I've been able to do sprints, and I appreciate all of the love you guys have been sending my way these last few weeks. I should be getting back to fairly regularly scheduled programming here going forward. Next weekend, I don't think I'm going to be here because even if I don't have anything going on for my birthday weekend next weekend, I do still want to be a part of the live show that is going to be for the Brandon Sanderson read-along, whether I'm in chat or actually live with Bree and Brandy. So I don't think I'm just going to be able to do sprints at all because they are doing their live show at about 9 p.m. my time. So that would be during when I would do sprints. But rest assured that as far as I am aware of, so far, this month, I will be otherwise doing sprints the rest of the Saturdays this month. So I'm excited to get back to doing what I love. I'm excited to be getting my content out again in the way that I like it. And I'm just feeling better. I personally am feeling better. Things are going better. I'm ready to get stuff done. So thanks everybody so much. I'm so glad you had fun, Paco. Thank you for joining me. Thank you, Helen, for joining. Thank you to everybody who's been here and has been coming back almost every sprint if you've been able to make it. And I just appreciate you guys so, so, so much. You guys have no idea. I'm not going to get snappy this time like I did with the live show for Battle of the Bookish. I'm not going to do that today. But just know that I really appreciate all of you guys. You're amazing. You make me feel so very loved when I come on here. So I feel like I'm doing something right with the fact that you guys are enjoying what I'm doing. So, all right, you guys have a good night too. I will see all of you guys in whatever you see me in. Next video, next live stream, whatever the case may be. I'll see you guys then. Bye.